Alright, I am back from lunch. Hope everyone is having a wonderful start to their weekend on this Friday afternoon. A couple things I want to do before we move on is I want to make these fence sections just a hair shorter because wrong one. Alright, so let's go back to one. So it's not that direction. Probably this direction. Yeah, so let's see how much shorter that was. Let me go down. Maybe it wasn't that one. Might be Z. Go down on my speed a little bit. Came down a little bit. Let's go down to 0.8. Yeah, that's going to be much better. Let's go 0.85. Yeah, I like that better. So let's take these all down to 0.85. That'll shorten this fence up a little bit. Make it look more to scale. Yeah, I should have put these all in one transform group. It would have been a little bit easier, but it's one of those days. So take the fence down a little bit shorter. Alright, so that's one of the things I wanted to do. The second thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get a little bit more I want to bring this. Let me go to let me turn my let's go to subtract. I want to turn my strength like way down. So I just want to take a little bit more if I can off the top of these rocks. So we clean that up a little bit. And then I want to, there we go, just smooth up the edge a little bit. Make sure it didn't take it. Yeah, no, we're good. I can live with that. And I wanted to, let me get a little bit more off of this side. Yeah, there we go. Just clean it back off the rock. Yeah, that'll work. Now I want it to go, I want to get a little bit, let's go back to, switch back to grass for a minute. I want to get rid of a little bit of this clay under here. Back this way. And then back along here. And then let's go to grass. And let's get some grass in here. Let's make sure I didn't get any grass down on the face of the no, that will work. And then I just wanted to get some weeds, deco foliage. I just want to get some weeds or flowers or something under here a little bit. Just for some color, a little bit of color in this corner. And actually, hold on, I like that. Let's go a little bit further. So let's take our grass texture out a little bit more. And then let's just fill that with that'll work. That'll work. And then over on this side, you can just bring them over. I think that's going to finish up. Well, it's not going to finish up. It's going to get my scale where I want it. Let's save this a minute. I want to edit that the bunker cleaner really quick so it accepts clay, and I want to make sure we can suck it out of the pond and the triggers reset. So I'm going to do a quick edit to the bunker cleaner. But I gotta wait for this to save. Alright, so let me go to, where do I have them? Map and mods, Homestead Vehicle Pack here. No, that's the Homestead Vehicle Pack. Truck Pack, I think that's the old one. Where's the new version V2? Right here. I want to go to unzipped, and I don't have it unzipped, so let me grab, what's it named? Freezy. Alright, hold on. Let me create a new folder. Because it's got to be named identical to this one. So let's go rename. So let's go Richieville underscore hollow underscore island underscore PSM underscore FRAESE underscore BUNKER1. Alright, now that it's named the same, let me throw it in here. Let's grab this guy. So copy, paste, extract, delete that one. So Phrazy, I want to add clay. So let's save that, and we'll zip this back up. So let's copy that one. Let me go through and overwrite this one. So I'll put an update out for the Phrazy bunker once this map is ready. So let me go into Richie Valley, and let's overwrite the one that's in my map folder. And let's go in game. Farm Chick, welcome back. Chef, we are back. Sassy1, hello. I just did a quick edit to the bunker cleaner, to the Phrazy, just to see if we can pick up the clay and make sure all the spawners reset before we move on to the rock crushers. And then while I was eating lunch, I had another brainy idea. Just like we have to deliver 500,000 wood chips to open up and unlock the the mining area, we're going to do the same thing to the clay pit. So let me get rid of this map. Let's grab some cash. Let's grab a little bit of speed. Let's buy the clay pit area again. And then let's teleport our butts over there. So let me grab my store delivery mod. Let's throw some diesel in here. And let's grab our tanker. Alright, let's throw some diesel in here. So I want this to be completely done before we move on. So we'll drop our diesel. I like the second waterfall. Alright, so let's get you out of the way. Let's grab my tractor, my favorite tractor. Wheel weights, big engine. We're not going to save this game anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let's grab, where is it? This guy, because it now should do clay. I want to grab, where is the big, this guy? Yeah. And it doesn't matter on the capacity. Let's just buy it. I don't care about colors. We're not saving this game anyway. So let's jump on here. Let's throw our bunker on here. Like I said, this is just to make sure that the triggers are going to reset back to 0. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, let's go, wrong one. Let's go forward about an hour or two, and go back down to just 1 speed. So let's go to the bunker, we'll unfold it, we'll throw the pipe out. Our triggers should all be just about full. Alright. So let's get it turned on, let's get it lowered. There we go. Picking up our clay. Oh, I gotta add, I don't have the fill plane. Oh, I do. Okay, so it is, our tipper is filling up with clay. I was gonna say, I thought I might have forgot the fill planes, but we're good. Yeah, they're already reset, and look at that. So we shouldn't have any problems. You suck it off slow enough and they're automatically reset. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody stopping back in. Trust me, it's torture for me on the weekends when everybody's home and the Wi-Fi is pathetic because everybody's on it and I can't stream. That drives me nuts. I'd rather be here with y'all than sitting here talking to myself when I can't stream. All right, let's make sure. Yeah, see, you're going to reset back to 0, so you're all going to reset. Let me just give it a couple more minutes and make sure the last 2 that I sucked off reset. I'll go up to 5 speed for a minute and just come right back down. Are we going to reset? Yeah, we're going to reset. See, it's perfect. So give it enough time. Suck your material off slowly and it'll all reset just fine. So no issues there. Let's get out of here. Mihali31, M-I-H-A-I or L? I can't read. I'm on my phone. It's really tiny. 31. Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in and saying hello. All right, so this is working just as we wanted it to. Now, I'm going to complicate matters. We are going to wall this in. We're going to block it off like we did with the mines. And we're going to have to make you open it up in order to use it. So let's complicate matters even more. So let's create another transform group. I may have to move a couple things around. Let's go edit, cut, clay pit, edit, paste. Can I, where's my main transform group? My main transform group is there. I'm going to mess this up. We're going to have to go in and we're going to have to fix the, some of the I3d pathing. Now, I'm not going to mess it up. I'm going to leave the building there. I'm going to move the fencing. I'm going to create another transform group. We're going to go this, we're going to do this. We're going to go invisibility. And we're going to go visibility. But I actually want these reversed, so let's move you up. Now, can I take my fencing and put it in here without it messing up? I may have to readjust my fencing. I want to try something. Edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. Oh, it's going to put it right back in place. Fantastic. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. Edit, just so we have something to build to open up the pit with. So let's go edit, cut. I'm going to do this with the fencing, so just bear with me. Now, can I do it with, let me try this, shift. Nope, it's not going to work. Let me try that again. Shift, edit, cut, and paste. Okay, it did work. All right, that works. And then there should be one more section of fencing, I thought. No, are you all the fencing? You are all the fencing. All right. Trees I'm going to leave. That's all I want in there. Invisibility. Let's go to open mine. Let's go to oh, that's the clay pit. Let's go to open mine. Go, my shit's missing. Invisibility. I want to grab one of the fences. I'm going to duplicate that. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. Alright, we're going to do this. We're going to start down here. I'm going to block this off. You're not going to have access to it until you open it up. Just like we did with the mines yesterday. So let's bring your first section down here. And again, this doesn't have to be perfect because these are going to go away as the factory is building. Just go right there for now. So let's just get, just bear with me until I run this up here. And we have some more XML work to do. And you're going to learn another one of my secrets here in a couple minutes once we get this fence in place. I don't know if it's going to work, so this is experimental on the very first one. And if it works with this one, it's going to work with all of them. And I'll explain in more detail once we get this fence in place. So this is pretty much just a construction barrier for now. I'm going to make you work to use the clay pit. You're not going to get a lot of free rides in this map. I'm going to make you work for everything in this map. Now I'm going to need a little bit more room. So let's do this and we'll come back. Let me just get this to the, let me get this to the mountain. Come up here, let's turn this one a little bit and bring it back, and we'll take this one, stretch it out a little bit, and then we'll come down here. And go like this. Let's go to minus 45. Bring it back to minus 90. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect because this is going away. This is just temporary. So let's go back to minus 45. And just to get something close, and then I could take this one and we could just shrink this one way down. So again, that's just gives me a room to put a sign here. So now I want to go back to, let's go back to here. I want, yeah, this guy. So let's duplicate this guy. And then let's go edit, cut, and paste. And we're going to put a sign here. Alright, so now let's go to Richie Valley signs. This one we already used, so I can delete this one. This is my template. So I'm going to go File, Export, Richie Valley signs. We're going to go Open Clay Pit. And then we're going to need another one. So I'm just going to go File, Export. We're going to go just Clay Pit. And I'll show you why in a minute. So it gives me two signs duplicated. Come over to here. We're going to get a clean slate. And now we're going to go here to Open Clay Pit. I'm going to bump this up. There we go. To Open Clay Pit, go to Construction Office. And you're going to have to go down a little bit smaller. So let's go to, no, let's not do that. Let's keep you at 36. Let's back you out. To Open Clay Pit, go to Construction Office. So this is going to be the first one. How do I want you? We'll just go like this. So let's go File, Save As, and we're going to save it as Sign, Open Clay Pit. So that's the first one we need. So let's come back here, Open Clay Pit. Let's change you to Open Clay Pit, save it. Now this one should say, yep, so this is the first one, and we're going to need a second one here in a minute. So let's go File, Import, Open Clay Pit. Edit, cut, and paste. And then let's get this in place. The construction office is going to be a building you have to go to where you have to, it's going to be where you're going to have to deliver products to open and build almost everything on the map. To open the play pit, go to the construction office. Now over here, let me get a little bit of speed so we can fly across the map. All right, let's go way up and then we'll come back down. Now over here across the street from the animal dealer, we're going to have a big construction office, and it's going to have, this whole area is going to be filled with squares and signs and triggers, and it's going to tell you what you need to do to open up different areas on the map. So the first thing I want to do is let's go back to I need warning stripes. So let's duplicate those. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. So, and then edit, interactive placement. Bam, I want these right here. Because since this is the first one, we're going to have to work out some spacing. So we can extend this road back. We'll dead end our first build back here in this corner. Let me turn it this way to 0. And you'll see here in a couple minutes what I have in mind. So let's go back to concrete. Let's take this road straight back, and here's where it's going to end, right here. Well, we'll take it back a little bit. We're going to need a pad to put our sign on. And then I'll come back at a later date and we'll put a bunch of, grass and decorations and construction-y things to make this look good. So let's grab this guy first. We duplicate him. Let's go edit interactive placement. We're going to put him here. And actually, this concrete pad doesn't need to be as big as I thought it did. So let's go back to grass a second. So if I don't fix it now, it's going to drive me nuts. Let's just take this back. So the first build is going to dead end back here, and then we'll branch off of this. So good enough for now. Let's take our warning stripes. I want to slide these back just a little bit to here. Now, what am I missing? I'm completely ignoring chat. I am so sorry. Oh, no, I am good. I'm caught up on chat. All right, now to open the clay pit, let me grab my notebook. Open clay pit. It's going to be one of the first things you're going to need to open. So the only thing we should have running at this time, we're very early game, you're going to need some wood chips. You're going to have to cut some trees, get some wood chips. You're also going to have to, we're going to have the coal mine running at that point. So we're going to put in some coal and water. I want to keep it simple because this is very early game. All right, so let's come back here and let's clear this. And then let's go, let me go down on my font size. Let's go down to like 26. So to open clay, to open, let's put a "the" in there, to open the clay pit. To open the clay pit, deliver uh, 500,000 liters of the following. Wood chips, coal. You're not going to have a lot of products yet. This is very early game. This is just getting the buildables up and running, and water. So make it deliver these products here to open that factory up. So let's go File, save as, let's go clay, just clay pit this time. Alright, so let's minimize that. Let's come back in here and let's change this one to clay pit. Alright, so that should fix that one. So this should say what we just typed in here. Okay, perfect. So let's come in here. So let's go File, Import, Clay Pit. I want to put it in here. So Edit, Cut, Visibility, Edit, Paste, and then Edit, Interactive Placement, bam. Let me go down on my speed so I can zoom in nice and slow. We'll get this in place. So this is going to be the construction office where you're going to have to deliver goods to build almost everything on the map. Because I'm going to give you one sell point and then all the other sell points have to be built. All your train silos are going to have to be built. All your farms are going to have to be built. So there's going to be a massive construction office here with a bunch of triggers and a bunch of signs telling you what to do. And yes, there's going to be like 5 million questions on Facebook. Alright, so now we need, I'm going to need a exact fill route, so let's duplicate that. Oh, went too far. So edit, cut, and paste, and bam, right here. So you've got to go just above the ground, zero you out, and you're going to go here. And then the last thing I need is a player trigger. So let's come back up here, steal the player trigger. So let's duplicate that. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. And again, this is trial and error. I don't even know if this is going to work, but we shall find out here in a minute. So this is going to be what we need to deliver our goods to. So there'll be like another section here, and then like another section here, maybe another section behind it. There'll be all kind of roads branching off of here. So we'll have rows and rows and rows of these for everything that we have to build on the map. Alright, so let me do a quick save. While this is saving, let's go back to our 110 because we have to make a couple edits in here now. So we're going to have to add, first thing we have to add is a second production line. And then our first production line is going to be project, because we're going to have to build, we have to do a project to open up the clay pit. Now we're going to also have to input oh, one too many. Nope, I needed that one. That wasn't one too many. So we're going to have to input wood chips. I'm going to make you put in some coal. And I'm going to make you put in some water because, again, this is very early game. And you're not going to have much money and you're not going to have much going at this point. So input 2, 3, and 4. So now we take this, I can close. This I can close. I want to open up, let's go to Richie Valley, Placeables, Global Company. I want to open up this guy. We're going to copy some stuff out of there in a second. So now we take our, we have to add, no, alright, so let's copy this down to here, and you are going to be goods number 2. You're going to be exact fill route number 2. We are going to have to add, so let me copy this down to here. So input number 2 is wood chips. Our input is going to be our fill type rather is going to be wood chips, and it's going to go into goods number 2. And then let's add that one more in. You're going to be number 3, but you're going to be coal. And our input is going to be coal. And then I need one more. You're going to be input number 4, but you're going to be water. And then you're going to be water. So there's our new inputs to open up the mine. SASD 155, that's different. Yeah, I'm trying to make this map set apart from the others. Alright, so there's our extra inputs. Now we need another output. We have to come here. We're going to grab this. So let's come over to here, and then under our last output, we are going to go here. And this is going to be our project. This is what's going to build. This is what we're going to do to open up our clay pit with. Now, this one I can close. Let's come over here because I need a couple. So my visibility is number 9. So my visibility is number 9. My invisibility, because these will disappear as we open up the mine. So my invisibility is going to be number 10. So you are number 10. Now we have to take, we make a space here. 3 spaces will do. This is now going to be product line number 2. Because we're going to have to add product line number 1 above it. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to put it up here. It's going to go number 1. This is going to be player trigger 2. We are going to input. Actually, I can change. Now I can just go here to my inputs and my outputs. So let me grab this. Let me grab this. We're going to transfer that here. And we're going to, now we can go here. I can go Control C. Control V, Control V. We're going to input wood chips. We're going to input water, and we're going to input coal. I'm going to make you work to open that up. Now we're going to go 10,000 liters per, so this has to go to 10,000 liters. Now, one thing I forgot to do, our wood chips have to be 500,000 liters, our coal has to be 500,000 liters, and our water has to be 500,000 liters. So when we add in our wood chips, our water, and our coal, it's going to open up our factory. Now I have to add in a couple things down here. Let me copy this and paste it in. And this is going to be exact fill route number 2. And I need a second player trigger. So let me copy this, paste this in, and this is going to be player trigger number 2. So you have to be, let me come down here. So you are now exact fill route number 2, and you are player trigger number 2. So now our exact fill route is going to be 10 and 39. So you are 10 and 39. And then our second player trigger should be 10 and 40. So you are 10 and 40. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Alright, so our goods trigger is to run the factory. Our goods 2 trigger is to build it. So we have wood chips, 500,000 liters in our second trigger. We have coal, 500,000 liters in our second trigger, and we have water, 500,000 liters in our second trigger. So we come down here, so we're telling it when we add these 3 things, it's going to do its thing and take care of our project. I think we're good, so that's good. Product line 1, product line 2, 1, so this looks good. Let's save this. Let's jump in game and see if it's actually going to work, or if I'm going to have to undo this and just leave it open. Worst case scenario is the construction office doesn't work and I have to put all the triggers at the individual little factories. I won't know that until we go in now and try it. So this is the first test to see if my concept is even going to work. So my thoughts is I'm going to give you Walmart to start with as a sell point, but the prices are going to be pretty cheap. And then you're going to have to build, like we'll put McDonald's in, you'll have to build it. KFC, you'll have to build. You know, the Spinnery, you're going to have to, like every other sell point after the first one, you're going to have to build. So I'm really going to make you work to use this map, but it should be really, really fun. All right, so let's jump in game and see if this is actually going to work, or if I'm just crazy. So let's start a new game, because having to trigger far away from the factory and in a different farmland, I don't know if it's actually going to work or not. I may have to paint in a farmland just where the trigger is, the same one as the factory. So that's a possibility. So let's just see if this will work first of all. So let me get rid of the map. First thing I want to do is though, I want to buy, let me throw some money in. Let's grab a little bit of speed. Now before I buy the property, I just want to come back here a second. I want to make sure that our fence is in place. It is. And it has a collision on it. And it does. So you're not going to be able to get in here to this clay pit until you open it. Let me just make sure there's no errors in the log before we test this. Just bear with me a second. I don't like the in-game one, so I like to go out and look at this one. Why did you tell me not? There we go. Alright, no errors with the factory, so that's a good thing. So the second thing I want to do is I want to buy this piece of property. So we're going to buy this. Now, we have to go to the construction office to open the clay pit. We have to go to the construction office. There'll be a hot spot down here where the construction office is, but for now we're just going to go to the animal dealer. So over here we'll have, this will be a whole big complex with a bunch of buildings and signs and all kind of good stuff. This is just the very beginnings. So we're going to open our clay pit, we're going to have to find the correct sign. So our sign is telling us now to open the clay pit, we have to deliver 500,000 liters of wood chips, coal, and water. So let's grab my store delivery mod so I don't have to just drive all over the place. Let's see if the trigger is even going to work. This will be the first test. So let's buy our K100 because we're going to need it. Let's get this guy. Let's grab this guy. And then let's grab our tanker. Alright, let's grab our water first. And we'll see if the trigger even works. So let's throw some water in here. Water. I gotta move that hot air balloon, it's driving me nuts. Let's see if the trigger's gonna work or if I'm gonna have to paint in another farmland. Trigger's gonna work. Oh, this is gonna work just as I was hoping it would. Alright, so let's get out of the way. Now there should be a player trigger here telling me that I have water but I still need coal and wood chips. So let's grab this guy. And for now I'm just going to go down to 1 speed. There's a couple things I want to do first. So before I put the rest of the products in here, is there anything over here I can jump to? There's not. Alright, we're going to have to do this the hard way. Let me grab a, let's grab a truck. I don't know, I'm sick of white. Let's just go green. Let's drive this guy over to the clay pit, because before I put the products in there, I want to make sure it's actually going to build properly. So let's drive over there just so we have something to teleport to. And then we'll come back and I'm going to make this road is way too wide, it's got to go narrower. But let's drive over there so we have something to teleport to before I put the wood chips and the coal in. So head over this way. Again, I have the traffic splines visible because I'm still working on the traffic. Traffic's not finished. It's just a reminder to me that it's not done yet. And then the hot air balloon spline is open the same way because I'm going to move that hot air balloon. Alright, we're going to go cross country. Oh, I can't go cross country. There's a waterfall there. We'll just cut this corner short a little bit. Forgot how long it takes to drive across the 16x map. Now I do want to run electric back to that factory. That's another thing I forgot to do. So we'll run some power lines back there as well. And I can't wait till we're a little bit further along and the textures are done and the boats are running. This map is going to look awesome. But we're working on all the hard time-consuming crap first. Alright, so I want to get this guy parked just over here so we can teleport back to it to make sure that this is actually going to work. So let's park you here a minute. Now we can come back over here. So now let's grab our wood chips. So let's dump our wood chips in here. And then let's dump our coal in here. And again, if you're new to the channel, to me building, I cheat everything in for testing. We don't save any of this because I can't. Let's grab our coal. Because every time I make a change and add a new factory, we have to do a new game save anyway. So, dump our coal in. Let's come over here. Now, this should go active, and it is. So we're already building. So let's teleport over here. And our first fence should disappear, and it is. And our construction barrier is going to be disappearing as our brick fence builds. So now let's go up to, let me go to 120 speed. I'm going to have to make the fence build a little bit quicker. All right, that's not too bad. I was hoping the brick fence came in before the construction barrier disappeared, but that's all right. I got ways around that. So I'm keeping an eye on the time. We started about 8:15. It should take about 6 to 8 hours for this to. We're gonna make a couple of slight changes because I want the brick fence to build faster than the wooden fence disappears. So we're gonna do a couple things. I'll make sure it works first, and then we can tweak it. Yeah, we're going to make some slight adjustments. I just want to make sure it's going to completely build. All right, let me go to 2000 speed. Let's hurry this process up a little bit. We're definitely going to make some adjustments to this. And then let me go down, back down to just 1 speed. Now, when I go back to here, everything is gone, so there's no more triggers. This area will be completely clear. So after you build every single thing on the map, you'll be able to use this area. There won't be anything left on it. So everything will disappear as each factory gets built. So let's make a couple slight adjustments. You love the brick fence? Thank you. Yeah, that looks. It goes well with the clay pit. It goes well with the clay pit. All right, so let's come. We're gonna have to do a little bit more XML work after I make a couple of slight changes. But let's come over here. So I want the brick fence building faster than the construction barrier comes down. So what we're going to have to do is, alright, so let me count how many pieces are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, so 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So from there to here has to get deleted. Now these, we are going to have to stretch these out and make these work across the entire fence section. So I'm going to stretch these way out here in a minute, because like I said, these really don't matter. They're just a barrier so you can't get in. What are you? Hold on. You are minus 90, so you have to be... You're minus 90. You have to go to minus 90. So let's bring you here. And then how many more do I have? The 3 that are just there, right? Alright, so I'm going to have to make these work. So you're that one. These 3 I'm going to save. So this one, we are going to go like this. That'll work. That gives you the idea that you can't get in there. So we take this guy now. How's my spacing? I'll come back. Let me move you back a little bit. Let me move you back a little bit. And then let me move you back. So you gotta come back. You gotta come back. You gotta come back. Now you'll come to about there. You're going to come up here. I'm going to stretch you down like so. you're going to come up here. We'll pull you down like so. And then this guy will pull up to the, oop. Actually, I can redo those. Hold on. They're going to be a little bit too big. So let's go you. Let's take you down a little bit smaller. Space you out. So you, and then we'll take you down a little bit smaller. And we'll take you down a little bit smaller. And then this guy, let's bring you like so. Alright, so that's going to redo. It's going to make more sense when it builds. So now we're going to have to go here. So you're now number 10 and 13. So you are now number 10 and 13. So you should now be number 10 and 14. 10 and 13, 10 and 14. All right, so let's save this and let's try that again. And let's make sure this is going to build the way I want it to build. Well, not really build, but open. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream this weekend or not. I don't know what the family plans are. I don't know if the house is going to be quiet. I'm going to have to play it by ear the next 2 days. Alright, so let's go back in game. So let's come back in here. No idea what the dog is barking at. There's nobody home. Alright, so again, map is useless. Let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. We'll come down the hill. Let's throw in store delivery mod. Let's buy the clay pit. So we own the property. We should now have it to trigger. We do. So let's just give this another quick build, and we can move on. So I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you. Gonna need this guy, and I'm gonna need this guy. Alright, first up is water. So, water. And then coal, wood chips. So let's go wood chips. this road is way too wide. I'm going to narrow it down to about the size of the warning stripes. And then we just need a little bit of coal. Again, and then as we get further along, it should be gone active. It has gone active. All right, so, and then as we get further along, the builds are going to get more and more complicated. Let's come over and visit this. Now this should start building. So let's go back up to, come down here to where the first section of fence comes in. And my fence still isn't going to come in quick enough. I needed to put more sections of fence in maybe instead of less sections. I got to double them instead of taking them away. Yeah, okay, we went the wrong way, so I need triple the amount, I think. I'll get this right. Yeah, this is my first one I'm going to have to experiment with, and then it's going to get better with each one we build. So this just made it a lot more complicated. So let's go U. It's going to be easy though. I'm going to duplicate them, but I'm going to have to move them up in the transform group. Actually, there's an easier way. Hold on. I can... Alright, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's make 10 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of you. Let's make 10 of you. Do 10 of you. Still have no idea if that's going to work. But now what I need to do is I need to take this one, this one, this one, this one. These all have to be at the very bottom. So I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. Now they're at the bottom. That's where they need to be. Now we have to readjust these again. So it's going to be 10 and 63 and 64. So you're going to be 63. You are now going to be 64. And I still have no idea if this is going to work. This is trial and error. So let's save this. And if I can't get it to work the way I want, I do want to move on to the crushers, so I can mucky around with getting the timing right off camera. But this gives you the general idea of what I want to do. So I can always add more fences to get the timing right. All right, let's give this one more shot, and then I'm gonna, if this doesn't work right, I'll monkey around with it off camera. But let's give it one more shot. jump down here. Oh, let's buy the property. Let's grab like yesterday, Groundhog's Day. I swear I did the same thing 100 times yesterday. I need this guy, and we need this guy. But this is the general idea. I can tweak it later. I just smashed my other truck. I think I broke the mirror off. Alright. Wood chips. Coal. I don't want to bore you all to death be trying to get something working. Coal. Did I get all the coal? We did. Alright. Did I miss the last 5 liters because I jumped out of the truck too soon? Now we'll come into trigger, we'll grab some water. Water. Alright, so now if we teleport over here, we'll see how it's going to build. Am I still going to have to add more fence sections? So let's go to 120 speed. And let's watch the brick fence come in. Yeah, I think now it's going to work. I think we should get our fence coming in before our construction barrier disappears. But I could be wrong. I'm keeping an eye on the time also because we started about 8:15. I want to see how long this takes to build. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I may have to redo the brick fence so they're all individual pieces and don't come in a big section at a time. So when I built the brick fence, I wasn't planning on making this buildable, or I would have done this fence as all individual pieces. How we looking? Looking good so far. Oh, no, I'll mess around with this off camera. I'll get the brick fence to build quicker than the wooden fence disappears. I'll have to put maybe like another 30 or 40 pieces of wooden fence in. All I gotta do is move some stuff around in the transform group. I'll monkey around with this off camera, but it's gonna work the way I want it to work. It just needs a little bit of tweaking. Now here, I'll torture y'all a little bit more. How many viewers do I have? I've got about 10. All right, let's do one more thing. Let's take a section of fence. I'm going to make it so it builds last. So we're going to put one more there. I'm going to put one more there. Right, you're that one. Hold on. No, you are this one. All right, so let's put you back there. So I want one more section of fence there. I want one more section of fence here. I want, where are you? Where do you end? You end there. So you have to end there, right? Yeah, close enough. And then I want one more section of fence here, and I want one more section of fence there. Now let's save this. I don't have to mess with anything in the XML. This should now work, because these last couple of pieces of fence I just put in are going to disappear last. So sorry, bear with me. We're going to get one more quick test, then we'll work on getting the crushers built. But the next task we're going to do, I'll go a little bit quicker. We'll just go 2,000 speed. I just want to watch the fence disappear. So let's jump back in here a minute. Let's come over into here. Grab a sip of coffee. Yeah, if I cannot stream over the weekend, I'll work on some boring bits like underpainting all the roads, underpainting all the railroad tracks. Just I'll work on a bunch of boring stuff. I'll get all the grass out of the water, get it all underpainted. I'll get all the boring bits out of the way. So let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. Let's buy this piece of property. And then we'll come back down here, grab store delivery mod. This will be the last test, I promise. And we'll move on. All right, we need, oh, passed it, right? K100. we need this guy. Slide on tipper. Tanker. Alright. Well, looks like we're doing water first this time. Alright, so we need water. On in the trigger. Uh-oh. Maybe I do have to redo my nodes. I'm not, oh, there we go. Water. Alright. Water. Back him around into the trigger. Stop. There we go. Wood chips. And coal. Alright, so now let's teleport our butts back over here. Let's go up to, ooh, I can't see. Let's go up to 120 speed for now. I want to watch these first couple sections come in. I want the brick fence in before the construction barrier goes away. So I think I should be good now. I wish there was one more setting between 120 and 2000, but I can't seem to find it. Or if it's in there, I don't know how to make it work the way I want it to. But as soon as I hit my speed button one more time, it jumps from 120 to 2000. I'm really hoping I remember to put the collision on this brick fence. If not, we're going to have to go in and fix this brick fence. Okay, there's a collision on it. That would suck. I'd have to go into every little individual fence piece to put the collision back on. Or delete the entire fence and just put it back in. Again, ignore the map. It's the islands map. So far, so good. Oh, did I just jinx myself? Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to be redoing this off camera tonight or tomorrow. Come on, put the next fence section in. Yeah, this still isn't going to work the way I want it to. The concept is right, I just got to get the timing right of the fences. Oh, I missed a section, that's why. My fences are in the wrong order. Aha! Yeah, alright. Okay, so now it's just getting the fences in the right order. There we go. So that's going to work the way I want it. How far is our project along? Our project is 97% finished. Oh, and we still got, oh, I know why. Okay, I see what my problem is. But that's all right. That's an easy fix. I have my numbers out of balance. But this is going to work the way I want it to work. I just got to move a couple fence. I just got to shift a few things in the transform group. But that's going to work exactly how I want it to work. So let me look at two things really quick, and we'll jump on the crusher. I need to change this to 500,000 because that's what our inputs are. So that fixes that. So all of our goods will disappear. So that fixes that part of it. And then the other thing I want to fix is the order of my fences. And then we're going to move on. So that'll fix this and it'll work exactly how I want it to work. So you're first, third, fourth, fifth, seventh, eighth. All right, so you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got to move up 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you should now be that one. So that one, then that one, then that one. So you 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have to move up 4. So now we should go this one, we should go this one, that one. Now, no, so you got to go up one more. And then you, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we go this one, that one, that one. Right? That one, that one. So 1, 2, 3. So we should have to move up like 3. So now we go that one, then that one, that one, that one. Yeah, now we're good. So now my fences will come in the proper order. All right, so let's call this done on the clay pit. Yay, we can move on. So now let's close this because we don't need it open. Let's close this because we don't need it open. Let's duplicate you. And let me go look at my new buildings for a second. So clay pit 1, I'm just going to leave them there. I'll delete what I don't need later tonight. I think we are going to call this the Crazy Crusher, because I'm going to, again, this is going to be all experimental. I'm trying something new with the crusher, and I don't know if it's going to work until we build it, but I like experimenting. What I want to do is I want to get it over here. I want it near this road going up and down, because right over here we're going to connect a railroad silo from the top to the bottom. But those are going to be a project for another day. Another day we'll work on all the railroad silos. So again, I should be able to drop product off at the top or the bottom and pick it up at the top or the bottom. But anyway, over in this area here, between the road and the bridge, the area on top by the railroad tracks and on the bottom, we're going to mess around with a new crusher. And again, we're going to have to move this mountain around and play with this mountain a little bit to do it, to make it work how I want it to work. Hold on. Let me do something really quick. Let me save this and close it. I want to back up the map in case I really mess it up. We can just put the backup in. So I'm going to completely mess up this mountain, to the point where this mountain's going to have to get rebuilt. But it's going to be worth it. All right, so let me close this. Let me come in here to my map folder. Let me take this copy, throw it away. Let's bring you down here. I want to zip this back up. And then it becomes my backup copy in case I really mess this up and we just have to revert back to this copy. And then I'm just going to take this copy, I'm going to throw it in here. And then let's come back in here, let's open this back up. That's my backup in case I really mess this up. EF Spock, thank you for the follow. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in and saying hello. Much appreciated, appreciate the follow. We're gonna completely mess up my mountain. So this map opens back up. So if you're new to, let me just throw my 16x script on. All right. So what we have going so far is, we have, I'll give you a really quick tour so far. So far we have our mining in. So we're getting our sandstone, we're getting our copper, we're getting our nickel, we're going to get our rock, we're going to get our ore, and we're going to get our coal, but they're going to be in the forms of boulders. So now we're going to have to crush those boulders down into usable product. So now we're going to work on building some crushers. And this is completely experimental because I want it done differently than my other maps. And I'm going to completely mess up this mountain because I want it multi-layered. So now we're going to have some fun and we're just going to experiment. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go back to replace. I want to go 206, which is the top of my mountain. I want to bring my strength up. So let's take, and where do I want to start my crusher? So we've got a road coming up from the valley to the mountain. We got a bridge down there. So I want to start it, I want to give myself a little bit of room. So we're going to start it about here. So let's take this guy, we're going to push our mountain out. I don't need a lot of room, but I need some room. And we'll come back and we'll fix those edges in a couple of minutes. So I want to push this mountain out a little bit, and I'll fix the edges later. Now I want to go down to, that's 200. I want to come down to 150. And now I want to bring back a little bit further. Yeah, so now I want to come down another layer. And again, we'll fix it the way I want it after I'm done completely messing it up. And we're going to need a little bit more room because we have 6 different products to crush, I think. Coal. We got to crush coal, ore, rock, nickel, copper, sand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got to crush 6 different products. So actually, 1 on the top level, maybe 2 on the top level, 2 on this level, and 2 on the bottom level. Okay, I don't need to be as wide, so let's narrow that down a little bit. Let's bring it to here. I can always go more. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get a road going. So let's go 160. And then let's go 170. And then 180. I may have to change this and just reduce it by 5. I think this is going to be too much of an incline. 190, 195. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's give it a shot. So we're going to build, essentially I want a road coming down from the upper level to the lower, to this middle level. Let me add some more. And I can put some guardrails and stuff down to make this work. But for now, let's smooth this down. So this is going to get us from the upper level to the middle level. Now we're going to go down one more level. This road going to be too steep. Yeah, I think that road might be a little bit too steep. Alright, let's change of plans. Let's go back to where we started. I want to come down a half a level, but I want it to be a nice, easy, smooth half a level. So let's do this. We're going to take this guy. I am going to duplicate him. We're going to slide him down. This is going to give me what I need. So for now, let's go, how far down do I want to go? A little bit further. Let's go to about here. So let's take this guy, and let's go back to 206. So I want this road to work. I want it to make sense. So let's go to 206. Let's bring in this road. Now let's come over here. We're going to grab this next section coming down, and we're going to duplicate it, and we're going to slide it over here. And we're going to put it here. And we're going to bring our road. I'll show you how we fix it in a minute. I just want to get a couple road sections over. So let's bring our next one. So that was this one. So now we have a straight run. And then I can, all right, that works. Let's grab this guy. That'll get me about halfway down the mountain. And that's what I want to do. And this will give me a smoother transition to get about halfway down the mountain. So let me get this guy in place. About come on. You're not going to behave. All right, you're not going to give me just that hair. We'll have to do it the hard way. 0.9, let's go 0.3. There we go. So now that'll get us about halfway down, but I need a smooth transition when I get there. So now we grab this guy, and then we bring him over. And then this will get me at the level I want to be at. Bring it in just a hair, and then think it might be just a hair too high, so let me just come around and see how that, if I have a gap in the road. I think that might be pretty good. I just got to slide it over a little bit. And see if I have a gap in the road between the two pieces. A little bit. Right? A little bit of a gap. A little bit of a gap. Let me drop this down a hair. And then see, look at it in the other direction coming up. Make sure they got rid of that little bit of a gap. Alright, I can work with this. I can work with this. And it's going to make the mountain make a little bit more sense. So now let's go. Let's get you filled in till I get down to this level. And then we're going to go flat. So I want the crusher to be multi-levels. And I'm going to show you how I do that. But I want to get this road and this mountain making sense first. When I build a mount, when I build a map, nothing is safe. Everything's open to change. Alright, now I should be able to find a nice spot. So what level are you? You are at about 168. So let's go to here. Let's see if that brings me flat. It's close. Let's go to 169. Nope. Let's bring you up to like 171. Getting there. So 172. Almost. 172.5. Yeah, 172.4. Alright, that gets me to like right where I want to be. Alright, so now we can get my second layer in. So we're going to bring you here. We're going to blend you back into the mountain. I don't need you quite that big. Something about like this, and then we'll blend it back into the mountain. On that side, and then we'll blend it back in a little bit on this side. And now we just have to, let me take my strength down, and then we got to go, let's fill this back in. Alright, one too many. Alright, now we start like this. Let's start up top, so I like working my way down. So now we just go, oops, hold on, let me back that out. We got to go to, not replace, I got to go to subtract. So now we bring too much on my strength. Let's bring the strength down a little bit. Alright, so let's get our road in. Get the road cut in. And then we'll work on getting the mountain the way I want it. To start building our crushers. And we're going to have some more some more of the power grid to put back in. I forgot to put the power grid on the last factory we just built, so I'll have to go back and do that. But let's get this road in. Let's work on the crusher. I can go back and put the power grid back in on that factory off camera tonight. But I just want to get this road cut in first. First I get it roughed in, and then we come back and we tweak it and get it exactly where I want it. So now we go a little bit smaller, so now it's just a matter of getting the road where I want it. And I'm working my way back down. First we got to make a space for the crusher, and then we can start building the crushers. So I'm just basically raising and lowering and smoothing the mountain until I get it where I want it. It took me about 500 hours of practice to perfect this. Move this back a little bit more. So I want to take this down a little bit more. Alright, now let's come back down here. Get the road where we want it. Fixing the mountain's easy. Getting the road in is the time-consuming part. Alright, so that's going to get us down to this level, and then I'll come back and fix the mountain. That'll be part of the same project, but we're going to do this in stages because I don't know how much room I need. So let me go to subtract a minute. We are in subtract. Let me get rid of the grass just to get it out of our way. Now, the first thing I'll want to put in, so we have our, so let's close you. Let's go back to global company. So we have our main transform group for our crazy crusher. So I'm going to duplicate this one. I'm going to go edit, cut, crazy crusher, edit, paste. And then I'm going to go edit interactive placement. I'm going to put it right there. So that's where we're going to build our crazy crusher. And this is where our farmland is going to be when we paint it in. So we have to name that one crazy crusher. So that's going to be our main transform group for the factory. And then inside of that transform group is all of our sub-transform groups. So I'm just going to duplicate that about 4 or 5 times so we have a couple to work with. Now, we're going to make part of this, no we're not, this can't be buildable. This is going to have to be pre-built. So this one's going to be a little bit easy. So we're not going to mess with, like, I may mess with the fence and make you open it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So our first one is going to be is in. So those are going to be our in triggers. Second one is our out triggers. And then the third one is going to be our main transform group where we're going to put all of our buildings in. What did I bring in? I brought a few pieces in to work with, but I don't have it complete. So let's go file, import. I want to import in, I think it's this one first. Let's go, I'm going to go edit, cut, main, edit, paste, and then edit interactive placement. This is going to give me an idea of how much room I'm actually going to need when we start moving this mountain and making it work. So here's going to be our pit where we drop off our boulders. And then under here is where we're going to pick up our crushed product. Well, some of our crushed product, like our clean fill and some of the gravels and stuff. But this is the very beginnings of what I need, and actually it has everything in it I need. So I'm going to do something else really quick. I am going to, because this has my, I didn't realize this has my in triggers, this has my out triggers, this has a lot of what I need. So let me do this. I'm going to go edit, cut, crazy crusher, edit, paste, edit, interactive placement. I'm going to put it right here. I don't need any of that. This is going to be now called crazy crusher because I'm completely nuts. This has my in triggers, my out triggers, my camera, and all that other stuff I need. So now we can make this work, and we can build off of it. So I'm going to come down the hill. I want to bring my boulders here. I want to come down the hill. I want to dump them into here. So let's take you to 0 and see where you are. we'll build off of 0. Yeah, we're going to need some more room. So what was, I should have wrote it down. Crap, what was this level? So this level is exactly what I need. So you are, let me go Control R. So I think that's where I need to be. So let's go replace. You are the exact height I need. So let me jot that number down. So the crusher is 172.397. And again, I got a bunch of floaty things. We're going to have to move everything around piece by piece. But that gets me, because I need my main transform group like right there in the middle of the factory. So we're going to take our time. We're going to have to move all of this stuff around so it's not floating. But I'm going to need more space. We're going to have to let's make this, let's expand our mountain. So we're going to have more room here. I'm going to need more room than I thought I was going to need, but that's all right. We'll make it work. I didn't say this was going to be easy. I knew this part of the build was going to be like super time consuming and take me a couple days. So let's blend this back into the mountain for now on that side. And then we'll bring it out, give us a platform to work on. And I'll show you why in a little bit. So let's come over here to this side. Let's take this side and blend this back to the mountain. And we'll blend this in a little bit. So that blends it in a little bit there. These extra bits, we'll worry about these extra bits there later. So let's get this where I want it first. So I want, when you come down the mountain with the big cat truck, I want to be able to come down here, dump my boulders in the pit, turn around, and then drive back up. So this is going to be, which side do I want it on? I don't. I want to turn this. Hold on. I want to rotate this. We're going to zero it out on in this direction. I want it on this side because I have more room on this side. So let's get you about there. Yeah, let's get you about there for now. I'm going to do a quick save because I haven't saved in a couple minutes. So let's do a quick save. Gives me a chance to grab a sip of coffee. It's getting dark out here like it wants to rain. Getting really dark and cloudy out. It's only like 3:05 my time. Alright, so that gets me a quick save. Let's work on our pit where our boulders are going to get dropped. Now I want it to be twice as big as it has been. So we're going to go like this. We're going to give ourselves a pretty good space for dropping boulders in. I want to bring this out a little bit. I'm going to duplicate it. I want to spin it around. Where was the first one? The first one's at 45. So this one needs to go minus 45. And they'll be lined up. And this one I'm going to pull back. Where do I want it? I want it about here. So now let's go to, let me take it down to like 170. All right, this will be our pit where we drop our boulders. Again, I'm gonna find it easier to make the hole and then bring these out to the size of the hole. It just works out better for some reason. So this guy will bring up a little bit wider, and then I can back him up to like there. So there's where we're going to drop our boulders to be crushed. So let me just grab rough dirt works for now. So let's just get a little bit of rough dirt in here for now. So that's going to be our pit where we drop off our boulders to be crushed. So let's grab our triggers. Let's get our triggers in place to drop off our boulders. And again, it's a bigger space, so let's make the triggers a little bit bigger. So we have our fill, and then we have our pallet trigger. So let's bring our pallet trigger back, and we'll get our pallet trigger stretched out. And then I want to go a little bit taller because we have the big cat truck to work with when we drop our boulders in here. So that is going to be our in triggers for our boulders. Let's get our water plane put back into place. So when we drop our water off, we have our water plane. So let's get this put back. Alright, so that's there. And again, we'll get the height right and stuff when we build the XML. So that's our water trigger. We have our diesel. And I guess all my warning stripes are messed up now too. So where are my warning stripes? I don't know where my warning stripes are. Let's find our warning stripes. Try and get those moved first. Here they are. So let's slide this one back. And let's get our warning stripes close to where they belong. Are they floating? Actually, I spun this factory around. So let's spin this back around. And then, there we go. So, and then this extra set of warning stripes where we drop our boulders off, I'm just going to delete those because you're going to know where the boulders go. I mainly want the warning stripe on this side for the water, and I want the warning stripe on this side for the fuel. So we're going to drop off our water there. We're going to drop off our diesel here. So let's get those. So you're the diesel, so you're on this side. Let's get those put back into place. Alright, so there is going to be our diesel trigger, and now here's going to be our water trigger. Yeah, ignore the mess I made of the mountain. We're going to fix it once we get the some of the crushers in. Or the first crusher in. Alright, so there is, those are our in triggers. So our in triggers are now fixed. Our out trigger to pick up some of our crushed product. So let's get this put back into place. Under here. So let's make this invisible for now so I can get this lined up. And then we'll get it, we'll put it back visible. Let me go down on my speed so I'm not flying around. I just want my camera to move slightly. There we go. So let's bring you back, let's bring you over. Let's get you centered with the hole. There we go. So our crush, so some of our crushed product is going to come out of there. So there's our out trigger. So our in is done. Our out is done. Our global company camera is where? I'm going to have to fix the global company camera. All right, hold on. Let me just get over here. So let's just get it in place before I forget about it and forget to move it. So let's just get it where it needs to be. And again, this is the Control G camera for the global company menu. So let's face you towards the factory and then tilt you down. All right, so there's our camera looking down on the factory. So that's done. Player trigger. Where do we want the player trigger? Somewhere over near the main building. So let's get that taken care of now. So it's out of the way. So let's put, alright, so let's grab a icon. Edit, interact placement. Let's put it like right here. And we'll call this Crazy Crusher. So that's where our hotspot's going to be, and this is where we're going to put our global company pop-up menu. So let's come up here, let's go to Map SA. Let me copy and paste and rename and then let's grab our X position and our Z position, and then save this. So that'll be our hotspot. So now we can come back up here. We can grab our player trigger, and that can go a little bit smaller. So that'll be your walk-up global company pop-up trigger menu, whatever you want to call it. All right, so that's part of it. Now we are going to have, and I haven't figured out how I'm going to connect them together yet, but we're going to crush, we have to crush coal, boulders down to coal. So coal, ore, rock, nickel, copper, sand. So we have 6 crushers. I want to put like 2 on the upper level, 2 on this level, and then 2 on the bottom level. So let's start with 2 on this level. Once I get 2 on this level, I can fix this mountain. And I still don't know how I'm going to connect them all together. So that's a problem that we're going to have to solve here in a couple of minutes. So let me do another quick save before we move on. Because the first one I'm going to bring in is the coal. We'll do coal and ore on this level. And then once I get this level set up, then we can fix the mountain. And then we can finish building the crusher. I want to try and do them all in the same factory. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try. If it doesn't work in one factory, I can split them up into multiple factories, but I really want to try and get them working in one factory. Now, so let's go File, Import. I want to import in, let's not do that yet. I want to go look at it first. Let's look at the coal mine and make sure it's the one I want before I import it in. And it should have a coal texture coming out. So we're going to have to, let me just create a light. Yeah, you're my coal. So let's bring this one in. So let's go File, Import, Coal Mine. And then let's go Edit, Cut, Crazy Crusher, Edit, Paste. So this is where our coal is going to crush out at. And like I said, I want to try and put just 2 products on this level. And I'm going to have to try and figure out how I tie them in together. What I may do first, let's just put you, let's just get you where I want you first. So let's crush out our coal here. Let me just go to minus 45 so I have something even to work with. Now what I might do, bear with me a second. Let me come down here a second. I want to grab something. I want to grab a silo. I'm going to use these as my transfer tanks. So just bear with me while I experiment. I want to grab one of these. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And then I want one of the pipes, so I want one of these. I'm going to go Duplicate, and I'm going to go Edit, Cut, Main, Edit, Paste. Alright, so let's come back over here. Because I want to put 2 products on this level, 2 products on the upper level, and 2 products on the lower level. And I'm going to need some transfer tanks in order to make it work. So for now, I want to push this coal mine out of my way a little bit. Let's grab this first silo and let's put you here. but you are going to be, let's go to 1.5, 1.5, and let's go to 2.5. I want to get, let me go to, that should be square to the world. All right, I want to leave room for my big mining truck to come down. So let's put, how do I want to do this? Let's put, let's put 2 of them here. Are you on the ground? Yeah, you're on the ground. Are you on the ground? Are you floating? No, you're on the ground. All right, let's put 2 of those there. Let's grab this guy. And for now, let's take him to 0 and 0. That's going to get him level. So let's get our first one running from the crusher into one of the tanks. Too far, too long. Let's go, let's narrow you about there. And then I could take, let's take this guy. I want to butt him back so he's even. I want them almost inside of each other like that. That'll work. Now for the coal, so now we can take our coal. So now we're going to bring our coal over from the transfer tank. So we're going to work off of this transfer tank for the next crusher. Now we're going to work off of these transfer tanks up to our level and then down to our next level. So for now, let's get you into place. So that's going to bring over our coal to that one. And then you are going to bring over our coal into a little bit longer into this one. And then you are going to bring our coal over to that one. Now, I know it looks like a spaghetti mess for now, but it'll make more sense later. So this is going to be where our coal gets crushed out on. So you are my coal mine. I can work with that. So now let's get, we're going to need a little bit more mountain. So let's go back to, what did I write down? 172.397. So now let's bring our mountain over so we have room to drive around it. And we can pick up our coal without falling off the mountain. So now we have to blend this back in. Over on this side. And that'll fix my mountain on that side. So for now, let's go rough dirt for now. This is, and then we'll clean the edges up here in a minute, but I can't stand looking at that grass any longer. So let's just get rough dirt in here for now. And I've got one little high spot, so let's flatten you back out. Alright, so there's our mountain on this upper side. So now let's blend in our mountain on this side. Alright, so that should blend in part of our mountain on that side. So let's get this little bit of a valley fixed. Alright, something like that. And then that'll fix the coal side. So this is going to be coal. So let's go to our coal texture. And let's get, so our coal is going to come down here, just so I know that is going to be our coal. And then let's get our ore in, and then we can fix this level of the mountain. So what I have to do first, let's do another save. That we're going to build this factory and test it one section at a time. Like, we're going to get the coal completely working, then we'll add the ore, and then we'll get the ore completely working. Then we'll add like the nickel, get it completely working, and then build it from there. Because if I try and make it crush all 6 products at the same time, and it throws a Lua error, I'm going to be going crazy trying to figure out which one's throwing the Lua error. So let's come over to here. Let's go to my coal mine. I'm going to go File, Export Selection with Files. I'm going to call it the ore mine. I'm going to close the coal mine. We're going to go to the ore mine because we have to change the texture from coal to ore. So we've got to go textures. Do I have the ore texture in here? I don't think I have the ore texture in here. So let's go fill planes. Let's grab our ore here. So let's copy that one. Let's come back to new buildings, textures. Let's put our ore texture in. Change you from coal to ore. And save you. And then we close you. Open mine I can close. Clay pit I can close. Alright, so now let's come. I didn't mean to close this. Let's go back here. Let's open up the ore mine so it should now have the ore texture. So let's just make sure it has the ore texture before I import it in. And it does. So I want to get the spacing in. So let's go File, Import, Ore Mine. And we're going to go up here. We're going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. But we're going to name it Ore Mine. Now we're going to crush our ore over in somewhere in here. And then I'll tie these in a minute since I figure out exactly like where I want to get this. Let me take it to, there we go. So let's go there. Let's back it up a little bit. Pull it this way. So I want room to come in with my big cat truck. I want to be able to drive down here, drop off my boulders, and then drive through around and then back out. So let's fix this so there's no gap in the road. So our ore is going to be somewhere in here. So for now, I want to grab, whoop, that wrong one. Let's go back to rough dirt a minute. This green grass is driving me nuts. Let's just texture this dirt for now. We'll fix it later. So throw our ore about here. I want room so we don't drive off the mountain. So let's take our mountain, and now we can define exactly where our mountain's going to be. So about here. This level anyway. So now we can bring this level back. Alright, so now I go, come up on our strength. So now my bottom level is like close. So let's go to 110. And then let's just put in about where we want our mountain to end. Somewhere in here. And then we'll just build it up from there. It's easy for me to define it first, and then we'll tie you in somewhere in there. Alright, so now we're gonna add our mountain back in, and we're gonna tie it all in. Tie it all back in. Again, I'm just going to rough it in and I can tweak it later. this side. We're going to have quite a bit of work to do on this side to get it tight back in. And I'm actually going to just curve it around, tie it into this mountain. Try and blend it in the best I can. Alright, so now let's just throw some mountain color on here and see what it looks like. So let's throw our cliff rock on first. I got a little bit of smoothing to do. Actually, let's just clean up this spot here first. Get a little bit more down here. I just want to give it, too much. So let's get the rest of our mountain color in. And then let's go to Cliff Rock Dark. And then let's get in some highlights. And then we'll get to see how it actually looks, and then we can monkey with it to get it to blend completely back in. But that'll get us close to what I want it looking like. Now let's get rid of all the grass. Let's go back to subtract, and then let's get rid of the grass off the mountain. And we have grass on this side, or does that take care of all the grass? And I'm going to take my strength way down, and we'll do some smoothing, and we'll get this mountain looking. It's actually not bad, but I want to give it a little bit of a smooth. So let's take our strength like way down, and then I want to get rid of some of those really hilly looking like bumps. So let's just want to give this a quick smooth, and it's going to take some of those sharp edges off. I went down too far my strength. Let me come up a little bit. So I just want to give this a quick smooth. Let's get rid of the rest of that grass. So let's give this a quick smooth. And same thing over here. Take those sharp edges off of it. And then we can just blend some more of this back in. So we don't have this sharp drop off. Alright, now our top of the mountain. So now let's try and define our edges a little bit better. So what color are we on? We are on Cliff Rock Dark, which is fine. So let's just take, and now we can define our edges a little bit more. And then we could take our, so now we can bring this up a little bit so we don't fall off the edge of the mountain with our truck. And now we can go back to rough dirt. I just want this dirt for now. We'll fix all the textures. First we get it functioning, then we make it look pretty. So let's get it functioning first, and then we'll make it look pretty. And then the same thing on this side. Let's take it, let's bring it up a little bit so we don't fall off the edge of the mountain with our truck. Something like that. And let's go back to our Cliff Rock Dark and define the edge of our mountain. Then we can get rid of the rest of this grass up here. Yeah, texture terrain editing is not my favorite thing to do. I hate moving mountains and building mountains, and what I don't like though is this little bit of a valley. So let me bring this up just a little bit. Just give it a quick smooth. Alright, done messing with mountains for now. Now let's take our ore. So let's go to our crazy crusher. Let's take our ore. And now where our ore is going to come out, let's grab our ore texture. So our ore is going to be somewhere around here. So let's just get that defined. And then let's tie in. So first thing I want to do is I want to grab one more of these tanks. I want to bring it to the very edge, because we're going to have 2 crushers on the bottom of the mountain, and then we're going to have 2 crushers up on the top of the mountain. So let's grab this guy for now. I'm going to duplicate him. Let's take him back to 0 so it's nice and square. And then let's bring it here. And I want to try and tie these 2 together. And then we'll put another tank on the bottom of the mountain and we'll tie them in. But let's get grab another one of these. I want to bring it over this way. Just to make it easier to tie all this in. Like that. And then let's take another one of these. make it a lot smaller, and then tie these tanks together. Something like that. Now, does that give us enough room? I gotta work on this mountain road coming down. So does that give us enough room? So we have our big cat truck coming in. It does not. I'm not gonna have room for my big cat truck. This, couple things. This is gonna be a little bit too low. So let's do this. Let's tilt this end up. And let's get it up as high as we can. Alright, so that's going to give me room there, but this tank is now in the way. So let's take this guy, let me bring it over this way. That'll work. So now let's take this one, go this way, tie these back in, and now let's take, okay, you're too long, so let's make you a little bit shorter. And then let's take this guy, I'm going to go down on my speed a little bit. Now we'll take this guy and tie him in. To there. Now we'll take this guy and I can make this shorter. And I can just tie these two tanks together. And this is, well, let me grab my rough dirt. That one little green spot's going to drive me nuts. So it's going to drive me nuts. Alright. So far we have our spot picked out where we are going to, we're going to crush our coal. We're going to crush our ore. I'm not going to worry about lights and all that stuff quite yet. I want to get at least the coal working. So let's work on the XML. Let's try and get the coal working. And once we get the coal working, then we can keep building off of it and getting each one of the other products working. So I'm going to do a quick save. Yeah, we will definitely not finish this today. If I can stream tomorrow, if the house is quiet and Wi-Fi is behaving, I'll work on this tomorrow. If not, I'll work on it off camera and I'll just get the crusher working. Because I got to fix the road coming down. I don't like those sharp edges. So I got a lot of work to do on the mountain yet. But it's getting there. It's tying back in really well. Alright, so let's minimize you a minute. Let's bring up our 110. And I want to look at the 110 from our old factory real quick. Or from the other map real quick. So I want to bring this up. I want to find my coal crusher. We're going to start with it. So I'm going to grab this for now. I'm going to bring it over to our new map. But what are we calling it? Crap, I forget. We are calling it the Crazy Crusher. We're calling it the Crazy Crusher because I have no idea if this is even going to work or not. So let's take Coal Crusher and replace it with Crazy Crusher. So it's not going to just produce coal, it's going to produce crushed product. And I only want one line for coal. So I'm going to turn these other lines off for now, and then as we add more products in, we can add them back in. So this is the crazy crusher. It's going to produce, let's copy this, and we'll bring it down here. Now we're going to put in diesel, we're going to put in water, we're going to put in our coal rock, and then as we add more products to this, we'll just keep expanding this, but we're going to start with just coal to try and get it working. So it's going to be the crazy crusher. Our output one's going to be coal. We're still going to make gold. I have to put the gold mine in yet, but we're going to make gold. It's going to make clean fill. It's going to make stone. And it's also going to make silt. I'm not going to do a silt pond. So output 5 for now is going to be silt. Let's start with that. Now let's grab from our old map, let's grab placeables, global company. I want to grab the coal crusher here. I'm going to copy that into the new map. So placeables, global company, coal crusher. We have to rename it crazy crusher, or it's not going to work. So now let's edit this. So the first thing I want to do is I want to change all of this to crazy crusher. Alright, now we're going to have a big mess to fix. We're still going to have our diesel trigger, we're still going to have our water trigger, and we're still going to have the trigger where we put our crushed products in. We're still going to have our loading. We're going to input diesel, we're going to input water, and we're going to input coal rock. So that hasn't changed so far, but I have to reset our water plane. So let's come over here. I'm going to grab my X coordinates. So let's fix our water plane. So U and U, and then our Z is going to go here and here. And then my high point is going to go here. And then my low point is going to go here. Alright, so that sets my water plane back to where it's supposed to be. Now how many, we're only going to do coal first, so ore's not going to work. So we're only going to set up our coal. So let me go to the coal mine, and I want to see how many triggers I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 triggers. So I need 8 triggers for coal. We're going to change our gold. I'm going to get rid of the second set of coal because we're not going to use it. So all of these can go, and then all of That one can go, that one can go, this one can go. So we're going to have our 8 piles of coal. We're going to have our gold. But our gold is going to be a different output. It's going to come out of our loading trigger. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it here. So we're going to have our gold. We're going to have our clean fill. We're going to have our stone. And we're going to add silt. Now, I have to see if these are in the correct order. So coal, then gold, coal, then gold, clean fill, stone, and silt. Clean fill, stone, and silt. All right. So we have input 1, input 2, input 3. We're going to output our 8 piles of coal, our gold, our clean fill, our stone, and our silt. For now, I'm going to get rid of all of the operating parts because we don't have them in yet. We can put them back. So I want, right now we're only going to have one production line, so this one can go. I lost my player trigger. Hold on, so let's back that up. I need this, so let's get rid of, this one has the player trigger. Let's get rid of this one. You're going to be player trigger, or you're going to be, production line number 1, because that's all we have right now. Production line number 1 is going to be coal. And then I don't need this one. So let's get rid of it for now. We're going to add our water, our diesel, and our coal rock. So those are our 3 inputs. So 20,000 liters an hour. We're going to have our coal. We're going to have our stone. We're going to have our gold. We're going to have our clean fill, but we have to add silt. And I'm only allowed 10 slots. So we're going to get rid of coal 7 and we're going to add silt. And now we're going to make, because every one of the crushers is going to make silt, stone, gold, and clean fill. So let's go to 10%. I'm going to leave gold at 1. Let's go 10% stone, 10% silt, and I can adjust these later. There's our player trigger. There's no operating parts. Now, this is going to be a mess. We still have our 3 input triggers, our pallet trigger, our player trigger. We have plane 1. For now, I'm going to get rid of the smoke because we don't have them. I'm going to get rid of the spray because we don't have it. We have our loading triggers, but I only have heaps through number 8. We got rid of the rest of these. So for now, I'm going to leave them in here a minute, but I'm going to make them so they don't work. I'm going to shut them off. And then we have this I don't need because we're doing gold a different way. We're not doing gold palette. So I don't need that for now. We have our grain, we have our input 1, input 2, input 3. We have our 8 piles of coal. Let's do our I3d mapping and let's see if this is actually going to work. So where is our camera? Just bear with me while I flip through this whole mess. So our camera is going to be number 2. Our first fill route, number 1, is going to be 0, 0, 0. So you are 0 and 0. Alright, so exact fill route 2 is going to be 0, 1, 0. So 0, 1, 0. Exact fill route 3 is going to be 0, 2, and 0. 0, 2, and 0. So on our palette trigger is going to be 0, 2, and 1. So 0, 2, and 1. Now, that may be a problem. So let's rename this one. Hold on. Let's see what we are up top. So it's actually called palette trigger 1. So it has to be palette trigger 1. So you have to be palette trigger 1. So that fixes that. Alright, so our player trigger is number 4. Our loading triggers are going to be 1000. So 20 just comes down to 1. So all these come back to 1. So that trigger should now work. Now we have all of these to fix. So let's go to our coal mine, which is here. Let's go to our first trigger, and it's going to be 7 and 5. So this is going to be easy. So all of 15 just comes to 7. And we'll just double check the rest of the numbers in a minute. So let's just get all of 15 to 7. Rest of these. Oh, I'm going to have to do multiple player triggers, one for each crusher, so that's something we're going to have to keep in mind. So I'm going to have to move that player trigger and hotspot around, I think. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I may have to move that around. Alright, so that's going to be number 7, but let's just double check. So our heap trigger is 7 and 5. Heap trigger 2 should be 7 and 7. So I think these are all going to fall into place. 7 and 9. So 3 is 7 and 9. Then we should go 4 is going to be 7 and 11. And then 5 should be 7 and 13. And then we drop down. So it's going to be 19, 21, 23. Alright, so that should be all of our I3d mapping for now to make this work. So let's do a quick save. let's do a save. We'll jump in game. We'll produce a couple of coal rocks. We'll bring them over here, and we'll see if it crushes it down to coal. Now, if it crushes it down to coal, then we can get the ore part of it working. And then after we get the ore part of it working, we can add our other 4 types to it one at a time. Alright. So let's minimize this. Let's minimize this. Let me turn this off because I don't need it. How many? Okay, I've got about 10 or 11 viewers. That's good. Let us go. Let's jump into map. And let's see if it's throwing errors. And let's see if it's going to actually work. After we test the coal, I'm going to take a quick 5 so I can, my coffee cup is empty, and that's never a good thing. Alright, so let's jump in here. Let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. Now, I made it difficult for myself. So let's grab a truck and a tipper, and I'll show you why. So let's grab the K100, and let's grab the slide-on tipper. So that's going to spawn in at the store. So our vehicle shop is here. Our vehicle shop is Jim's. This is going to be our vehicle shop, and it's also going to be a cell trigger at some point. Now, in order to open the mines the first time on a new save, you have to come over here to, and this isn't working yet, you have to come over here to Central Station. You have to pick up, this will be preloaded with 500,000 liters of wood chips. So it's not working yet. So let me cheat in 500,000 liters of wood chips. So we picked up our 500,000 liters of wood chips from the Central Station. Now we're going to drive over to the mines. So you have to open up the mines in order to make them work. So it's going to make it difficult for me to test, because every time I come in to test, I'm going to have to open up the mine. And I can't save any of my saves, because every time I add a new factory in, it doesn't work with an existing save. So let's head over here. We're going to cross the valley from Center Mountain to Outer Mountain. None of the textures are in, so ignore everything you see. It's all the textures are going to change. Field 1 isn't going to stay there. It's half on the land and half in the water. That's the old Field 1 from the Islands map. I just haven't moved it yet. So we'll head over to our mine. And again, I appreciate everybody stopping in, saying hello, taking time out of your day to watch this crazy old man stream. And if you're new to the maps, this map, this build, I'm getting all the hard stuff done, the most time-consuming stuff done first. And then after we get all the global company functions in, the build is going to start going a lot smoother. and a lot quicker. But we're working on all the hard stuff first. So in order to open the mine the first time, you have to come over here, you have to dump in the wood chips. So I'm just going to go 2,000 speed for a couple hours until this opens up. I think it's about 6 or 8 in-game hours, and then your mines will open up. Alright, so this truck I'm not going to need. I'm just going to dump it over here. So let's come down to our coal crusher. Let me grab, so now I can grab my store delivery mod. You're going to own the coal crusher when you start the map in, I think, what is it, new farmer mode? So let's grab a truck, and let's grab a tanker. Crap. Let me do something really quick first. Let me make sure this isn't throwing any errors first. Because I don't want to spend an hour testing if this thing's throwing a Lua error. Alright, so far this factory looks good. The crusher's not throwing any blatant... Oh, it's not going to work. We didn't do any... We didn't tie... Hang on. It ain't going to work. Let me get out of here. We didn't turn it on. We did the XML work, but we never activated it. I jumped the gun. We're going to have to do all that over again. I apologize. So the first thing I need to do, sorry about that. First thing we need to do is we have to give it its own farmland. So we are going to take farmland number 9. I got too excited. I was getting ready to test this thing. We're going to take farmland number 9. We're going to call it the Crazy Crusher. We're going to turn it on. So the Crazy Crusher is going to be farmland 9. So we want bits 0 and 3. So on bits 0 and 3, which is going to be farmland 9. Again, this isn't going to be pretty, but we're going to have part of it on the top, part of it in the middle, part of it on the bottom. I'm just going to paint this in for now, just so we can define a farmland and make it work. And then I can fix the farmland later. This is just a quick test. So farmland 9. Alright. Now we have to... I completely forgot to turn this factory on. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. So let's come here. We need this. We got to put a couple commands in. So let's, first one is a string. Second one is a script callback. Third command is a string, and our last command is a float, and I completely forgot what farmland this was already. Farmland number 9. So you are number 9. You are Crazy Crusher. I need this command, so I'm going to copy that one. I'm going to drop it into here, and I've got to copy this command and drop it into here, and we have to tie it to our XML. So C-R-A-Z-Y Crazy Crusher. Alright, Now that we have that in and activated, I can save this again. It's put in, thank you for the follow. If I messed up your name, I apologize. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in and saying hello. Yeah, this crazy old man just got ahead of himself and forgot to activate the factory before we went in to test it. Alright, so let's do that again. So now let's go back into game. It's fine, you can call me It's. Alright, that will work for me. Alright, so let's come back in here. I apologize, we're going to have to do this all over again. It's been like Groundhog's Day all day today with me not getting it right the first time and having to go back in. But it's all good, it's all part of the build. Alright, so let's come back in here again. Again, ignore the map because it's part of the old islands map. I'm just using the same base to build this map. So let's grab some cash. Let's grab some speed. The first thing I want to do though is I want to buy this factory and I want to make sure it's not going to throw any errors. So let's just buy this piece of property for now. I'm going to have to raise the price. 213,000 is way too cheap. Oh, we're going to expand that. Never mind. So before we even go to test, I'm going to jump out of here really quick. I want to check the log to make sure it's not throwing any blatant Lua errors. And it is. So what did I mess up? Child index 13 is not found for the player trigger. Did I mess? Okay, so let's come back out of here because that's not going to work. And let's figure out, let's fix this Lua error, then we can test the factory. I misnumbered something, or I missed a number somewhere. So my player trigger's messed up. And fill type stone already exists. Okay, I didn't change. So there's a couple things we have to fix. So let's fix our trigger first. So index 13 is not found. So what did I mess up on index 13? I didn't fix our player trigger. So our player trigger is number 4. So which means I didn't fix our plane. Plane 1 is our water plane. Oh, where's my water plane? It should be on in. Hold on. Our water plane is here. That's number 0 and 3. So let's fix this guy. So 0 and 3. So that fixes our player trigger. That fixes our plane. What was my next error? So that should fix that error. Warning. Yep. Loading trigger fill type stone already exists. So we're going to output coal, we're going to output clean fill, we're going to output stone, we're going to output silt. You are silt. That's what I messed up. That's why it's giving me a stone error. So that should fix our Lua errors. So now again, we didn't make any changes in here, so I don't need to resave let me resave the map anyway, just in case. And like I said, once we get coal crushing, then, and we get all the errors out, then we can add our other 5 types to it that we're going to crush. So let me give this a quick save, and then we'll head back in game, and we'll at least get the coal part of it working. And once we get the coal part of it working, we can add the rest of it, the rest of the products to it, and then give it a proper test, which probably won't happen today. But I'll do my best to get as much done today as I can. Alright, so now let's jump back in game. I want to get the first part of it working before I add ore. Because normally my other maps, I put 1 crusher per boulder. So coal has its own crusher, ore has its own crusher, copper has its own crusher, nickel has its own crusher, and so on. But on this map, I only want 1 crusher to do 6 products. And I don't know if it's going to work, so this is all trial and error. So let's grab some cash. So I'm trying to simplify the process. Let's buy the property. Okay, now with that done, let me jump out and check the log, make sure we got rid of the Lua errors. And we got rid of all the Lua errors. So this should now work. So what we have to do is we have to get our tipper. Just because let's pretend this is a brand new save and we're going in the map for the first time. So let's get our tipper. I don't know what starting fleet you're going to have yet. It's way too early in the build. So let's grab our tipper. The vehicle shop's working, the animal dealer's working. We got our mines working, and that's about all that's in the map working so far. So let's say across the street from the vehicle shop is going to be Central Station, and this is where both trains meet, the north train and the south train. I don't have this working yet, but you're going to have to come in here. You're going to have to pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips, which this will be preloaded. So let's grab our wood chips. And then let's head over to the mine, because we have to get some coal boulders. So right now we're on Central Mountain. So we're going to cross the valley. We're going to go to Outer Mountain. And again, if you're new to the stream, I appreciate y'all coming in. Ignore most of what you see, because we're a very early build. So none of the textures are done. None of the fields are in. Everything you see right now is pretty rough. But we're going across the valley. But once it's done, there's going to be some awesome views coming across these tall bridges, going from Center Mountain to Outer Mountain. So there's 4 of these bridges, 1 east, south, north, and west. And then there's a couple train bridges. There's a south loop, a north loop, and then there's a 3rd train that runs the perimeter of the entire map. want to retexture this bridge so it looks a little bit different. That's still on the to-do list. Oh, you're really good at this stuff. Thank you. I've got lots and lots of practice. Most of it's trial and error. And it's all self-taught. DodgeNet, Dave was my mentor. I watched him build Pleasant Valley, so I learned a lot from Dave, but about 70% is self-taught. So in order to open the mines the first time, you got to dump the wood chips in and then give it like 6 to 8 in-game hours, but we're going to go up to 2000 speed to open up the mine. You know, once the mines are open, then you only have to do this the first time, just to open up your mining area. Alright, so let's go down to 1 speed. So I don't need this truck for now. So let's come down into the mine. So there's a coal mine, an ore mine, a rock mine, a nickel mine, a copper mine, and a sandstone mine. There's 6 mines down in here that are going to give you 6 different boulders. I'm going to grab my store delivery mod. I need a truck and I need a tanker. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to bring a tanker of diesel down in here to the mines. So let me cheat some diesel in because we're not going to be able to save this save. So let's grab a load of diesel. So we have to, let me swing around so I can get pointed in the right direction. So you're going to dump a load of diesel into the tank. Your mine is going to fire up. It's going to take about 5 to 10 in-game minutes. And then it's going to drop 5 boulders. And then each one of the mines will drop different boulders. So this one is going to drop our coal boulders. If it gets much darker in game, I'll just forward to the time until the morning, so it's back to daylight, so y'all can see. Alright, so there's our, drops our 5 boulders. I want to grab our mining truck. Let me jump in our mining truck a minute. I'm going to turn on the auto load. I'm going to spin around. I want to pick up this first set of boulders. I want to drop like 3 sets of boulders before we drive over to the crusher. When you drop your 5 boulders, it's 100,000 liters of product that'll get crushed down to coal. But right now it's in boulder form. So that should clear the triggers, so they should all say 0. So you got to get back into your truck. You got to drop another load of diesel and wait for your next set of boulders to spawn. So you get 100,000 liters per spawn. So I just want to grab like 3 loads before we drive over to the crusher. Actually, I only need one more load. We'll drop this load, then we'll head over to the crusher. So let me wait for this load to drop, and we'll grab it and we'll drive over to the crusher. Alright, oh, they did not, okay, I was gonna say they didn't drop, but it's still running. I see the, I see the beacons going. Oh, we're on 1 speed. Let me bump up to 5 speed a minute just to get these to drop. And we'll go back to 1 speed. Okay. There we go. So, second set of boulders, another 100,000 liters. So now we'll have 200,000 liters of boulders to get crushed. So let's drive over to the crusher that we're just building. Let me know if it gets too dark in game. I can forward time to get us to the morning. I want to make sure y'all can see right. I'm just going to go cross country for now, but we got a bit of a drive. I make 10 trips over testing this. I'm going to be sorry I put the crusher this far away from the mines. I'll have to get Papa Smurf to speed this truck up maybe another 10 miles an hour. I don't have any of the train crossing signals and much of the road crossings in yet. That's a project for another day. I want to get most of the global company functions in and working first. And then after most of the global company functions are in and working, I can get the road crossings and all the other little stuff done. But I'm trying to work hardest to easiest, most time consuming to least time consuming. Once the hard stuff's behind me, then the map will really start to fly. I don't even know if the road's wide enough for this truck to drive down in, to be honest with you. So we'll find out here in a minute. but I'll tie that road into the main road, and then we'll run our electrical system down into it. Our power grid. We'll tie it into the power grid. But this factory should now be work. Okay, yeah, I definitely have work to do on the mountain. But function first, then beauty. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to work on the mountain and give us more room driving down in here. Alright, so now I should be able to drop my boulders in here. So we'll pull up a little bit further. Alright, so our trigger's working, so it took our boulders. Let me get this guy out of the way. So we should have our coal rock in here, so that's part of it. So let me grab my store delivery mod, and let's grab another tanker and another truck, because I need diesel and water. And grab our tanker. Alright, so let's grab a load of water. And we'll see if our water plane works. And if I can't stream tomorrow, I'll work on the mountain and I get a lot smoother transition in here. And I think I have my water trigger and my diesel trigger backwards. So I'm not getting a water trigger. Let's see if we get a diesel trigger. See if I have my triggers backwards. Okay, I do. I'm going to have to switch those triggers, but let me just throw the water in here for now. And that's an easy fix. Alright, so let's fill this with diesel. And I'm going to have to drive around and dump it where the water goes. And then I'll fix these triggers. Alright, so that should fire this up. Is it active? It is now active. So now we should start getting crushed coal. You're not going to get crushed coal over here. I'm going to get crushed ore over there eventually. So we should be getting our crushed coal here. If I didn't mess it up. I'm going to have to move that player trigger over to where the coal is. So this trigger is going to get moved. So we're not making coal yet. We're making coal now. So let's come over and see if we got coal. And we have coal on the ground. I am going to just forward time till it gets daylight so y'all can see better. And I want to see if this thing shuts itself down and how much coal we have. And I'm going to see if the trigger's clear before we move on to ore. Alright, now y'all can see better. Alright, so we have our crushed coal. I don't think I have enough coal. Let me check my triggers. Did I mess up? No, we only have coal over there. We don't have... No, I should have coal over here too. Alright, I'm going to have to go in and see why I don't have any coal on this side, that I only have coal on this side. I might have... Alright, I'll go in and figure that out. But for now, let's go look at... I'm going to move our player trigger over there too. So we have a little bit of silt, a little bit of stone, a little bit of gold, a little bit of clean fill, and most of our coal triggers are full. So let's... Do we have more water diesel? We do. We have a little bit of everything in there. So let me grab... Let me come back here to the beginning. Let's grab our snowblower. Let me grab our loading wagon. And let's grab my tractor. Wheel weights, big motor. And let's make sure that we can pick up our coal and our triggers reset. And then I'll figure out why my second set of triggers isn't working. I might have missed some I3d mapping. Alright, so let's unfold you. Let's get my pipe out. It's not the machine, my Xbox One control. I play with an Xbox One controller, so my Xbox One controller's all messed up. I need a new one. My A button sticks and my little down arrow thing sticks. But I don't have... I don't like the generic ones. I like the real ones. And I don't have, you know, $80 for a new Xbox One controller right now. So let's get the coal picked up. And we'll make sure that these triggers reset and our coal starts to form again on the ground. I may turn off that other set of spawners because we're not going to really need it with 6 mines going. We'll see. I'll mess around with that tonight or tomorrow. There might have been another set of triggers I forgot to activate. But we will pick up our coal and hopefully these spawners reset. Alright, so let's turn you off. Let's get you out of the way. And again, I don't have lights or anything else in here working yet. Oh, see, our spawners are already back to working. So let's go see if they reset to 0. All of our spawners resets. Perfect. So now let's grab... I want just a very small tipper. Or a very small trailer. This will actually work. Let me buy this guy a second. And let me grab... I can grab this tractor. Oh, not you. Let's drop the trailer. I want to make sure I get our gold, our clean fill, our stone, and our other product. I want to make sure the other trigger's working before I activate ore And I wanted a small tipper so I can see the fill plane just to make sure everything's working. So if I come under here, I should get a fill trigger, and we do. So we have clean fill, silt, stone. Oh, gold isn't here. I'm missing gold. This trailer probably won't hold gold. I know why this won't hold gold. Let's do a save. I know why it won't hold gold. Because I have gold set up as a pallet. Let's do a quick save. I don't have fill planes and particle effects in for gold. That's a project. I don't think I do. Hold on, let me check something. Let me come out of game a second. We're going to have to make fill planes and particle effects for gold. Because right now it's a pallet, and I don't want to do it on pallets. I want to do it bulk. So no Lua errors for the factory. Let me check something. Let's go to fill planes. We do not have gold. All right, let's create gold. So let's fix that problem right now. Fill. I need 3 folders. I don't do these in the map. I do these on my desktop, then I import them back into the map. I need 3 folders. I need 1 for fill. I need 1 for pipe. And I need 1 for unloading. So I create 3 folders on my desktop. I come over here, I'm going to export, we're going to open up, let's open up, doesn't matter which one, let's grab nickel. So let's go File, Export Selection with File, Desktop, Fill, and we're going to call it Gold. I'm going to leave that open a minute. So here's going to be gold. We have to make a HUD. We have a HUD for gold. So let's open this up. Let's come here. Let's go to our HUDs. Let's grab our HUD for gold. Every time I try and do something, it creates a snowball effect, and we have to fix something in order to make it work. GB4H, where's my gold? Did I pass it? Here, gold. Let's copy this and throw it in here. So now we have our gold HUD. We're going to need a gold diffuse and a gold normal. So what I'm going to do is we're going to open up nickel diffuse. I'm going to go to, we have to go to Google Images. We need a gold dust texture. Let's go to gold dust first. And let's grab a gold. No, you're going to be way too shiny. Let's grab this one. Let's copy this into here. So let's go edit, paste in a new image. I don't know if I'm going to like this. Let's look at it. Let's go, we have to resize it. So image resize, it has to be 512 by 512. Yeah, I'm not going to like that at all. It looks too much like cornmeal. So we're not going to save that one. So let's go back in here and let's grab something that looks more like gold dust. Not you. Give me something that looks more like gold. Alright, let's try seamless gold dust. I need a gold dust texture that doesn't look like cornmeal. That doesn't have a watermark in it. This is more what I want. Let's copy this. See what this one looks like. That may work. Let's go image resize 512 by 512. We'll see what it looks like in game. So I'm going to go copy, paste, file, save as, and we're going to call it gold diffuse. Now I'm going to take, and I'm going to get rid of stuff on my screen for a second. I need to open up GIMP. Now I'm going to open up paint.net. So I am going to go file, is it edit? Yeah, no, let's go, nope, alright, let's just go here. Let's click on it, let's go copy, edit, paste. Then we have to go filters, generic, normal map. And now I'm going to go file, I'm going to go edit, I'm going to go copy, I'm going to go edit, paste into a new image. So there's our normal. So now I'm going to come back to, I hope I didn't close that. Alright, so now I'm going to come back to fill. I'm going to open up my nickel normal. I'm going to take my gold normal and I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it over the top of my nickel normal, and I'm going to go file, save as, and then this is going to be our new gold normal. Right, now a couple things I want to check. I want to take our nickel diffuse, I'm going to copy it, I'm going to throw it in my viewer, and it has to be saved. Oh, did I not? Okay, it has to be saved as a DTX1, and it has to be 512 by 512. So let's take our gold and we'll throw it in here, and it's a 512 and it's a DTX1, so that's correct. I'm going to take my nickel normal, I'm going to do the same thing. So it also has to be DTX1, 512 by 512. So I'm going to take my gold normal, I'm going to throw it in here. Now it's also 512 by 512 DTX1. So now all my textures are correct. We're going to change the HUD from nickel to gold. We're going to change all of nickel to gold. You're going to go to gold. And then our fill type has to be gold. 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 And then two more times. Gold. And gold. Alright, so let's save that. I'm going to close that I3d. So now we have our fill plane of gold ready to be imported back into the map, but I'm not going to import it back into the map quite yet. We're going to come back to the map folder. We're going to go to particle systems. Since we're working with nickel, I'm going to go pipe. I'm going to keep it consistent. So we're going to find our pipe nickel. We're going to open that up. I'm going to go File, Export Selection with Files, Desktop. I'm going to dump that in my temporary pipe folder, and I'm going to call it Gold. And now we're going to go into our temporary pipe folder. So now I just have to copy from my fill folder. I just have to copy my gold diffuse, my gold normal into here. And then we open this up and we change all of nickel to gold. And then we have to change this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So let's save that. So that's going to be our pipe effects for our gold. Now we have one more to do. So let's go down to unload effects. We have our unload effects. So let's find our unload effects for nickel to keep it consistent. We're going to take that, we're going to go File, Export. I'm going to go back to my desktop. I'm going to go to my temporary unload folder, and we're going to go gold. Now we're going to go into our unload folder, and the only thing I need in this folder now is our diffuse texture. So I'm going to copy that into here. We're going to open this up, and we're going to change all of nickel to gold again. So the first one's going to give our fill plane when we load a tipper. Our second one's going to give our pipe effects and our fill plane effects, our smoke effects, when we unload gold from a pipe into a tipper. There is a different way of doing this. There's probably an easier way of doing this, but this works for me. It doesn't throw any errors, and I'm just going to stick with it. This may not be the right way to do it. This is the old man's way to do it. Alright, so that's all changed to, oh, you're gold. Alright, so this is now all gold. So gold, yep, so I'm going to close that one. I'm going to go back. So now we have our unload gold fixed. I'm going to double check this one to make sure I didn't miss any. So our HUD is gold, 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 gold. So that's all fixed. And then my pipe effects, I'm going to double check one more time. Make sure I didn't miss any. So that looks good. So let's close those. Now let's go to, let's come here to Richie Valley. Let's go back to our fill planes. I'm going to come here. We're going to open up the gold. And then we're going to go File, Export Selection with Folders. Now we're going to export it back into the map. Richie Valley, fill planes, gold. And what that does, it pulls everything into the map out of my temporary folder that I need. So we'll do the same thing with our pipe effect. Let's open that up. Let's go File, Export Selection with, but this time I want to go to Particle Systems. And this one is pipe gold. I'm going to save this. We're going to close this one. We're going to go to our unload texture. We're going to export this one back into the map. So I'm going to go File, Export, Particle Systems. I'm going to go Unload Gold. And we're going to save this one. Now I'm done with my temporary folders. I don't want to delete them yet. I want to make sure everything works in game before, just in case we have to change a texture or something. Now I have to go to my fill types. Right now gold is only a palette, it's not bulk. So I have to come down to the bottom of my fill type XML. And under bulk we have to add anywhere in here. I like to put it more towards, I like to put it after all the in-game stuff. So let's just scroll, it doesn't matter, let's just come down to the end and we're going to add gold under bulk fill. And then we have to go to our mod description and we have to go to, I think it's mod, nope, it's map essay. Now we have to go to map essay and we have to link our I3Ds we just created in here. So I'm going to copy those. I'm going to paste them back in. So the first one is gold. Our pipe effect is gold. And our unload is gold. So now when we go back in game, let me close GIMP. Let me close, I'm going to leave paint.net open for a minute. Let's jump back in game. And I should now have gold as a fill type bulk, because it should work with an existing save. I completely forgot I didn't want to do gold on palettes. I wanted to do gold as bulk. I completely forgot about that until we came in here to test it. Alright, now I should have an option for gold now. So let's come over here. We have our clean fill, we have our silt, we have our gold, and we have our stone. So let's grab our clean fill. So that texture looks good. That is our clean fill. So I'm just going to empty the truck to get rid of it. So now I should have a clean fill for silt. So that looks good. So our silt is working properly. Let's get rid of that. Let's look at our gold. I don't like the gold. We're going to have to fix the texture. It's not seamless. So we're going to have to fix the gold texture, but at least it's working. So let's get rid of that. And then the last one should be stone. So stone is working. So our gold is now working, but it looks like crap. So let's get out of here. And let's try and find a better seamless gold texture that's going to work. Does this one have a watermark? I don't think this one has a watermark. Let me copy this one over to here. Let's see what this one looks like. Let's, oh, I didn't want to do that. Edit, paste in a new image. Let's go image. This one's not seamless either. Let me try something. Let's go image, resize, 512 by 512. Let's, let me go back in here a second. Let me open GIMP back up. I want to take I'm going to copy this image. I want to jump into GIMP, and I want to see if I can make this seamless. Is it under Tools? I've used GIMP very, very seldom, but I know there's a command in here somewhere that will allow you to make it seamless. I just have to find it. Tile seamless. Has no editable properties. So this one I cannot make seamless. So let's go back to Google Images and try and find something that I can turn into gold and make seamless. That's not going to look like crap. So let's go seamless gold dust textures. And let's see if we can find something that I can make work. Possibly this one. Oh crap, I didn't want to do that. Alright, I wanted to minimize you. Let's go here. Let's go edit, paste in a new image. Let me crop this. Let's go image resize 512 by 512. And it's going to make it blurry when I upsize it. So that one's not going to work either. This may be harder than I thought it was going to be. At least it's working. I just got to find a nice texture that doesn't look like crap in game. Let's copy this one. Let's go edit, paste in a new image. Let's go resize 512 by 512. Let's go to GIMP. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go copy and paste. Now let's go filters, map, tile seamless. Has no editable properties. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's see what this one looks like anyway. So let's do two things. Let's see if this one looks better in game. So let's go to our fill planes. I'm going to open up gold. Heck, I may just use the cornmeal. It looks a lot like gold anyway. But let's open up our gold if I didn't pass it off. Let's open up gold. Let's take this one. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it over this one. And then I'm going to save. So it overwrites our gold texture there. Then I'm going to go to particle systems. I'm going to open up gold here. And I'm going to take this one. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to overwrite this gold and we're going to save it. Now let's see if this gold looks any better in game than the other gold. And then if not, I'll just play around with this off camera to get it to look like I want. But let's get you the idea on how to add a new texture into the map. Like I said, it's not the right way, but it's my way and it works and it doesn't throw any errors. So let's come back over here. I don't even know if we have any more gold for me to fill. We do, we have a little bit. Well, that's not too bad. Doesn't look like gold. Let's get out in the sun. Maybe if we lighten it up a little bit. I'm going to leave it for now. It works. So we have our gold. So all of this factory is essentially working. I don't know if I can live with this texture. I may mess around with that some more off camera. But it'll do for now. So this factory is not throwing any errors. We have our gold working. Let's double check our... So I'm going to close GIMP for now. I'm going to close paint.net for now. I'm going to check. I got a couple viewers hanging out yet. I'm not going to go too much longer. But let's come in here and then let's activate. So we have our coal working somewhat. I'm going to try and get the second pile working, but let's get our ore working for now. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got 8 piles here to get working. So same as the coal, but this one's going to be ore. So we're going to take our 110. Now we're going to output. So let me copy this one. We are going to output number 6, and number 6 is going to be ore. So now we come into our factory. I'm going to copy all 8 instances of coal. And we're going to come down here under silt. And we're going to have to change all of this to ore. I'm going to do all the caps first. And then 7 and 8. And then we have to change our fill type from coal to ore. but oh, that's our output, so we're good. I don't have to number these. So we have our OR in. Now we come back to our 110. We're going to take production line 1. We're going to copy it. We're going to call it production line 2, and it's going to be OR. So we come back to the factory. We take production line 1. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to leave myself a space. We're going to paste it back in. So production line 2 is going to be OR. We get the OR working. I'm going to jump out of here for the night, and we'll pick this up tomorrow with nickel and copper and rock and sandstone. So production line 2, we are going to add, instead of adding coal rock, we're going to add ore rock. So that brings up another problem. So now we got to go to our inputs, and we have to add input number 4. So we make this 4, and we have to put in ore rock. So let's save that. Now we come over here, we go to our inputs. So we take our coal rock, and I'm going to copy it. We're going to paste it back in. So now we're going to input ore rock. So we bring our ore boulders over. And it's input number 4. I'll mess with the player triggers later. We're going to add a player trigger in for each crusher so it's easier to read. But I'm going to leave just the one crusher, or the one player trigger in there for now. And then we'll have multiple player triggers at a later date. So now we have to tie in all of our triggers to make it work. So here's where we need 9 through 16. So I'm going to turn these back on. But I'm going to have to do something first, or this isn't going to, or it's not going to work and it's going to throw an error. So I can't have duplicate numbers. So you're now 9, 9, 9, and 9. I have to renumber all of these. 10, 10, 10. Because if there's any duplicate numbers, it won't work. 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, 12, 12, and 12. This is where this XML becomes really complicated. 13, 13, and 13. 14, 15, 14, and then you become 15, 15, 15, and 15, and then you become 16, 16, 16, and 16. So that fixes that part of it. And now we're going to have to, all of these now have to get renumbered. So this is trigger number 9. So you are actually 8 and 5. So let's go 8 and 5. And then 10 is going to be 8 and 7. 11 is going to be 8 and 9. 12 is going to be 8 and 11. So 13 becomes 8 and 13. So year number 14, so this becomes 8. So 14, trigger number 14 becomes 8 and 19. Trigger 15 becomes 8 and 21. And then trigger 16 becomes 8 and 23. Now that's just our triggers. We have all of our heaps to fix. So back up top. So this is number 9. So this is going to be 8, 4, and 0, 8, 4, and 1, and 8, 4, and 2. So 9, so you become 8 and 4, 8 and 4, 8 and 4. Second set becomes 8 and 6. So 8 and 6 and 6, 8 and 6. So you should be 8, 6, and 2 you are. So next set becomes 8 and 8. So next set becomes 8 and 8. 8 and 8. So you should be 8, 8, and 2. You are. So next set becomes 8 and 10. So you are 8 and 10. 8 and 10. And then 8 and 10. Next set should be 8 and 12. So 8, 12, and 12, 8, and 12. Now, next set becomes 8 and 18, and 18. So 8 and 18, 8 and 18. Next set becomes 8 and 20. So 8 and 20. 8 and 20. And then 8 and 20. And then our last set is going to become 8 and 22. So you are now 8, 22. All right, so that should be, so we added our ore rock as an input, and we added our ore as an output, and we have our second production line making ore. So in our XML, we added ore rock as another input. We have our crushed ore as an output, and we have our second production line turning ore rock into crushed ore. So let's save this again. As soon as I test the ore, I'm going to get out of here for the night. I've been in this desk chair for about 13 hours so far today. But I appreciate everybody stopping in, saying hello, hanging out. I really appreciate all the new follows. It really, really helps. It helps the channel grow. So I've got a lot of work to do on the road coming down. I still have a lot of work to do on the mountain, and we still have to add 4 more crushers in. So I'm calling this only about 20% complete. So let's jump back in game a minute. This should work with my existing save until I add another crusher to it, and then I'm going to have to start a new save game. But this should work with my existing save. So I hope everybody has a great weekend. Like I said, I'm not sure what the family's doing tomorrow, so I don't know if I can stream or not. I will do my best to get on here at some point tomorrow. It all depends on how quiet the house is and how the Wi-Fi is behaving. All right, so let's come over to here. So now we have to buy the ore mine. So let's buy the ore mine. So now we have to come over here and we have to make ore rock. So let's come down to our next mine. We know coal works, so I'm not going to mess with coal anymore. But let's get our ore rock dropped. And then while our ore rock is dropping, I'm going to grab just a little bit of speed. I'm going to grab my store delivery mod, and I'm going to come up here. I'm going to try and find our big guy, our cat. This guy, I'm going to reset him back to the mines. And while my ore rock is dropping, I'm going to just jump out of game really quick. I'm going to check the log just to make sure that there's nothing weird going on with everything I just added. And it looks clean. So now we just got to wait for our ore rock to spawn. Let's jump in our cat. We'll spin him around a little bit and wait for our ore rock to drop. Now once you get all the mines up and running, you can mix up the boulders because they're all going to go in the same trigger. So you can take a little bit of ore, a little bit of coal, rock, whatever, sand, all to the crusher at the same time. Chef, thanks for the stream, old man. You are more than welcome. I just appreciate everybody that comes in, hangs out, says hello, chats with me. If I'm not streaming, I still sit here and talk to myself while I'm building. So I sit here and talk to myself whether I'm by myself or on a live stream. But let's wait for our ore boulders. Like I said, take about 5 minutes in game for them to drop. Oh yeah, coffee cup is empty. See if I have any iced tea left in my... I do. Let me grab a quick sip of iced tea. Alright, I'm going to turn auto load on. Let's grab our ore boulders. And then I want to spawn 5 more out. I want to take 10 over to the crusher just to make sure it's working properly. So this should have cleared our triggers. So they're all at 0. Perfect. So let's drop 1 more set of boulders. And we'll take 10 boulders over to the crusher and see if the ore's working. And then I don't like that gold. I want to play around with that gold texture a little bit. But I'll do that off camera. So while we're waiting for these, if anybody's new and hasn't seen this yet, while we're waiting for those boulders to drop, we'll just drive down to the end and come back. So that is the first one was the coal. That one is your ore. This one is the rock. And then we have next one down will be your nickel. So those will drop your nickel boulders. That gets crushed down to nickel. And we have our next mine is our copper boulder, which will crush down to copper. And then our last one, we have a new fill type. I'm not going to do sand on the beach. We have sandstone boulders. So down here, this last one will drop sandstone boulders, and then we're going to crush it down to sand. So you can mix and match all your boulders and take them. If I can get it working the way I want, there'll be one input trigger for all the boulders that'll crush down the 6 products. And this holds 55 boulders, so you can spawn out quite a bit before you have to make a trip over to the crusher. And I'll talk to Papa Smurf and see if we can bump the speed of this mining truck up by not too much more, maybe another 10 miles an hour. Alright, so let's grab our 10 boulders. Let's head to our crusher and see if our crusher will crush these down to ore. And then tomorrow we'll add our nickel, our copper, our rock, and our sandstone to it. I'm just going to go cross country to save some time. With everything being placeable, like Mammoth Mill and the textile factory and the glue factory and everything, this map is going to be so much fun to play, because you can buy one piece of property and just start putting all your factories down as you earn the money for them. So the only thing I'm really building into this map is mining, fishing, the slaughterhouse, the poultry house, the boat house, and the seaweed pond. And then everything else is going to be place your own. So once we get the crushers fixed and we get fishing done, because fishing is going to take at least 2 or 3 days to get up and running, because we have to build the bait house, then we have to put all of our fish ponds in, we got to get the boat spline in and get the boat working, we have to bring in our fish processing. So I say, just to get the boat fishing up and running, that's going to be a good 3 to 4 day project. See if I can go over the tracks without tipping this thing on its side. All right, we're good. We're golden. I'm going to have to take that road and extend it all the way out to the main road. There's probably another full day's work just for me to finish up the crushers. If not, a day and a half. But we got the worst part of it done. I definitely have to work on this mountain coming down. It's got to be a lot. I got to make it wider. So I will do that. If I can't stream tomorrow, I'm going to try and finish up the crusher. But let's get our ore in here. Make sure the trigger is going to accept it. And it does. Let's make sure we still have water and diesel in here. And we do. So now we have our coal line, and now we have our ore line. And our ore line is active. So we have our diesel's full, our water is still pretty full. We put in now we're starting to crush down some ore. So let's make sure it's going to crush down on the ground. And perfect, we're getting our crushed ore. So let me go a little bit of time. And I'm going to have to figure out why these last piles aren't working, but that's a project for another day. At least it's working. So let's grab, just to make sure our trigger's clear, let's grab our tractor. I can dump that little trailer off. Let's go grab our other trailer. Let's make sure our ore clears and our spawners reset. So it's going to be nice not having individual crushers. We'll have one crusher for all the products. Let me empty this trailer of the coal. Let me just get rid of it so we don't have it. And let's make sure our ore is working properly. And then I'm going to get out of here for the night. So let's turn you on, get you lowered. Get our ore sucked up. What I'll probably do, since we're going to be crushing 6 different products down out of this one factory, I'll probably increase the amount of water it holds and the amount of diesel it holds, so we don't have to fill it as often. But if you take your time and suck this off of the spawners relatively slowly, like I'm doing, it usually never has a problem to resetting itself. Alright, so let me get out of the triggers. And then this should start to reset itself. Let me get out of the triggers. So we should have more products spawning back on the ground. Let me go up to 5 speed. Yep, so now we got our ore coming back on the ground. Just make sure our triggers reset themselves. So we come down to ore, and my ore triggers reset themselves, so we're golden. So we're getting our silt, we're getting our stone, we're getting, oh, I'm going to have to up the amount of gold it holds because it was only set to 1 pallet. So we're getting our clean fill. I'm going to have to adjust all these numbers because, like I said, we're getting 6 products out of 1 factory now. But it's going to work exactly how I want it to work. And we'll get some decorations and lights and all that stuff in here functioning first, and then we'll make it look good. I'm going to save this anyway, but it's going to be I'm going to have to delete the save when I put the other crushers in. I'm not going to be able to make it work with this save, but I'm going to save it anyway. I'm going to throw you all on, if I get out of here, I'm going to throw you all on ending. I'm going to save my map and close it. I always back up my map. I always back up my map out of habit, so I always zip it back up, and I always save a copy to my external hard drive just in case something goes bizarre. Paul W 1962, have a good night. Chef, thank you for stopping in. Steve-O with the bits, oh my goodness, thank you very much. Very, very much appreciated. Sassy one, have a good night. I'm gonna stay on ending screen a second. I'm gonna open up my external. I'm gonna copy it. I'm going to paste it over to my external storage, and then I am going to get out of here for the night. Steve-O, no problem, mate. Yeah, very, very much appreciated. Again, everybody, I hope everybody has a great weekend, and y'all have a good night. Thank you all for stopping in. Very, very much appreciated.